Three, testing one, two, three. Okay, looks like my microphone is working. Welcome to you, good folks, for popping in for the broadcast. Um, I had to kick things off with my battle music to get me in rare form for this broadcast. I had not planned on doing a broadcast, but these lying human beings that run around on Twitter telling lies every which way, I decided to stop in my tracks and do a broadcast. I apologize for the broadcast that I posted for yesterday. I had hoped to get it done, but I had to do some more yard uh, cutting grass again yesterday, and I had to cut the backyard and I cut the front yard on Friday. So by the time I got done cutting that yard, I was just dog tired, and I had to go to sleep and recover. So with the grace of the good Lord, who did you boycott? Woke up today feeling more refreshed. I don't feel in pain as much as I did on Friday, thank goodness. So I'm happy about that. And so I decided to make sure that I get this broadcast in today before I get to my other tasks of working on my business stuff. Um, so I went and did a. I want to start out with line uh, Mark King Carter. I met Mark King Carter in 2022 when I downloaded Clubhouse on the 5th of January 2022. Shortly after that, within about a month or two, I encountered Mark King Carter in the Freeman space. What they were calling on Clubhouse was the Freeman space. And so I popped into the Freeman space on Clubhouse quite a bit, and they kicked me out. They would kick me out of the space over and over, and I would go open my space and talk about them, and then I would come back. I would let a day or two go by, and then I would come back again, and they would kick me out. And then I wait another day or two and come back again, and they'll kick me out. Finally, they stopped kicking me out. I don't know why. I don't know to this day why they stopped kicking me out. But what I wanted to point out about that, uh, going back over those facts, is that Mark King Carter was the main kingpin over there on Clubhouse when I came off the microphone and talked about getting organized and where was the database. Where was the simple database of your names being organized? You're talking about all of this that you're going to get done, and nobody can produce a database of names of persons who are trying to get on the same page. So every time Who Did You Boycott came off the microphone and brought that up, Mark King Carter was the loudest one calling me crazy. Well, who's crazy now? Now they running around like a chicken with their neck cut off, talking about getting organized. But when I brought it up, they shot it down. They talked over me. They called me crazy. So 3 years later, here we are talking about the very thing that I brought up on Clubhouse shortly after I joined. Because it didn't take a ton of bricks to fall over my head that where was the database? Where was the email list? Where was the Discord? Where was the Facebook group? Where was the number count? Nobody had a number count. Everybody was just talking, but nobody could show a number count. Was it 500 persons on the same page? Was it 1,000 persons who had their name in a database or email list? Where was the number count? Nobody had a number count, but everybody was busy talking. They were talking about going red. We're going to go red. Chicago is going to turn red. But nobody was talking about a number count. Now, every time I look around, somebody's got a room open talking about getting organized. Now, folks don't started putting communities on a Twitter profile because I called it out. They didn't want to have a community on their profile. Nobody had one when I clicked on their profile, and I clicked on it more than 3 or 4 times because I sent them my direct link about my boycott. So I had to click on their profile and look at it. So I ain't got to make it up because I certainly have the DM messages still in my DMs. I still have every one of the DM messages that I sent each one of them with the direct link to the boycott that I had launched. So I looked at their profile when I counted it. Some of them I had sent it to them more than 3 or 4 times. More than 3 or 4 times so they can lie if they want to lie, but I have the profile names of each one of them in my DMs. So getting back to Mark King Carter, I downloaded Clubhouse on the 5th of January. By the 5th of February, I had already built a website with all 50 groups for 51 for each of the states. All they had to do was click on that link and join the group for their state and kept it moving. All they had to do was take 5 or 10 minutes to click on the link and add their name to the number count that I was trying to get organized, but they never clicked on it. No matter how many times I brought it up in spaces that I went in, I had it on my profile. I had it pinned to my profile on Clubhouse. So normally, most of us click on each other's profile when we're talking in spaces, so they couldn't have missed it. They could not have missed it because it was the first thing that you saw when you clicked on my profile on Clubhouse. So when I built that website on WordPress, like I said, I put up 50 network groups for folks to network with each other and gather their number count. They ignored me. They ignored Who Did You Boycott and called me crazy. So I said, well, let me come up with a brainstorm and try to give some motivation or incentive for folks to click the link. So I was going to, each person was going to earn a 50% commission on a $20 membership for the year. All the persons had to do was put $20 into the membership, and they were going to earn a 50% commission by sharing that link. Those that could not pay 50, $20 at one time, they had the option to come in as a silver member and earn 25% commission and pay every 6 months. Every 6 months. So I came up with that. I said, well, the other 50% is going to go back to the members. 35% is going to go into a community fund that all the members will vote on how the money would get dispersed. All of that was explained transparently to everyone before they signed up. It was spelled out in the description for each of the membership. So they knew where the money was going. It was not going into Who Did You Boycott pocket, and 15% was going to administrative costs. Because Who Did You Boycott had already forked out over $500 to build a website. But folks didn't want to hear that. Folks didn't want to hear that. They just wanted to cape for the Republicans. They just wanted to turn Chicago red. They just wanted to be freemen. They didn't want to hear anything about getting organized. They didn't even bother to talk about how to educate their community on how to be a voting block. No, just go vote. Just simply go vote. No education was talked about when they would have clubhouse rooms that would stay open for more than 72 hours straight. But nobody opened a room to talk about how to educate the community about voting as a voting block. I still to this day don't hear folks talking about how to help the community to understand how to be a voting block. Every now and then I hear folks talking about it now since I've been preaching about it for so long, but it never was in their mouth until I started talking about it. But once again, who did you boycott is crazy. Who did you boycott is crazy, but I am sitting back and doing my observation and evaluation, and my observation and my evaluation. I'm looking at who looks crazy now. Because a lot of folks look crazy now. 3 years later, a lot of folks are in line looking very, very crazy now because they didn't give a darn about what I said out of my mouth. The word organizing and knowing your number count didn't matter to them. Well, I guess it matters now because a lot of folks are running around like a chicken with their neck cut off all of a sudden. All of a sudden, folks are talking serious. Before I started doing my own Twitter spaces in August of 2023, all of these Twitter spaces were talking about nonsense. Just nonsense, nonsense after day, nonsense. But once Who Did You Boycott started doing her broadcast talking about serious stuff, all of a sudden the atmosphere on Twitter land started to change. Folks all of a sudden started opening Twitter spaces and talking serious. It just came out of nowhere. It just completely came out of nowhere. I guess folks just started watching Who Did You Boycott broadcast and they decided to get serious all of a sudden because we are not going to rewrite and reinvent ourselves. No, we're not going to wake up and try to reinvent ourselves. We are not going to rewrite the lies that were told for 2 years. They had a whole 2 years to organize a boycott. A whole 2 years to organize a boycott. So now, instead of the narrative that Mark King Carter was preaching on Clubhouse, and then when he came to Twitterland about 6 months before the election and was preaching it again, all of a sudden now the narrative is you have got to get organized. You have got to set up a LLC. You have got to get organized. You have got to set up a LLC. All of a sudden, that's the narrative now. Well, the narrative was that we have got to go red. We are going to take over the Republican Party. That was the narrative until they started listening to my broadcast and I broke it down. That you will not be taking over the Republican Party. Because unless you plan on doing a Houdini, unless you have the ability to do a Houdini, no one who has melanin skin, brown or dark brown skin, will not be ever taking over the Republican or the Democratic Party because the persons who walk around on two legs who have brown and dark brown skin don't have a population in 25 states out of 50. 25 states out of 50, there's a non existent population of brown and dark brown skinned persons. So, how do you plan to take over a Republican Party or a Democratic Party when you don't even have a population in 25 states? It's so small, it's less than 2%. So, how in God's name are you planning on taking over a Republican Party or a Democratic Party anytime soon unless you plan on inventing a population out of the clear blue air? Unless you have a baby machine and you're going to pump out babies in the next 5 to 10 years and produce a population by pumping out babies, you will not be taking over the Republican or the Democratic Party anytime soon because you don't have a population in those 25 states. And the 25 that we do have a population in, there's only about 8 to 10 that we have a large population that's over 15%. That's how pitiful it is. That's how pitiful it is. But folks don't talk about that. They don't bother to talk about that when they in these Twitter spaces 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day after day, day after day, they open Twitter spaces and they don't bother to talk about how to learn how to vote as a voting block. No one has a clue as to the number count. They don't have a clue what is the number count of our overall population. No one, if somebody put a gun to someone's head, they could not even put together a bare estimate of what is the voting population of the brown and dark brown skin. So folks just throwing numbers out there. They're just guessing. They just guessing. But all of these other ethnicities, they put a lot of work in knowing their number count. They put a lot of work into knowing their number count. That's why the NAACP and the ERA can get invites because they can show a number count. They can get invited to speak on MSNBC. They can get invited to speak on CNN and all these other platforms because they have a membership base and they have an idea of what their number count is. They have the ability to push a button and send out an email to all of their members at one time. Where is that email list and pushing that button for all of these folks who run around here claiming to be activists, grassroots activists who cannot push a button to activate their members or to inform their members at a moment's notice, but they profess to be activists. But they will run around here with it like a chicken with their neck cut off, claiming to be grassroots. They are doing the work of the community. They are connected with the community. They are pulling up in the community. They got boots on the ground. They are pulling up in the community. They got boots on the ground and they are grassroots activists. But no one has a darn clue of what that number count is. Not one soul has any clue to what that number count is. You got folks over here, you got folks over there. Nobody is trying to combine all the different number counts out there. But folks know about their LLC. They can preach about LLC, set up your LLC, but folks ain't talking about getting that number count. They can tell you to go shop black, shop and buy black, shop and buy black, but they cannot show you a number count, can they? But they would talk to you in these Twitter spaces, and you folks would sit there and swallow all the lies. That's the pitiful part, too. You folks sit in these Twitter spaces and listen to these brain dead human beings as they feed you lie after lie. They feed you one lie after another lie, and you come back the next day and the next day and listen to some more. That's downright pitiful. I am just completely confused to be 63 years old and witnessing the bizarre things that I have witnessed in the past 3 years. It's enough to make me pass out. That folks can't be that dumb and slow. It's just not humanly possible. It's just not humanly possible to be that dumb and slow to keep coming back day after day, and listen to the more lies and listen to more lies and come back a day after that and another day and listen to some more lies. Well, Mark King Carter and Sexy Raw, who has changed her name to Sway Me, and those folks who go into that space with DJ Big A and Denmark and Unk, UNK and Organizer, most of them were over there on Clubhouse. I remember some of their names, but some of their names have left me. But they all have conjugated over here on Twitter land now. But I was around them for more than 5 or 6 months. More than 5 or 6 months, I interacted with them on Clubhouse. And they were talking the same old narrative. They were talking the same old narrative, Freeman and caping for the Republicans and how they wanted to destroy the Democrats. Well, now they're trying to twist what Donald Trump is doing into a positive. They literally are getting up day after day and trying to twist the policies that and executive orders that Donald Trump has signed. They are trying to shape it into a positive. Well, you cannot be that dumb and slow. If if I am the president and I do 10 things that negatively impact you, and I do 5 things that may positive impact you if you qualify, then it don't take rocket science to figure out that you are suffering. You are in the negative. So you brain dead Mark King Carter and Denmark and Sway Me and Organizer and all you folks who still trying to shape a positive narrative of what Donald Trump is doing, what Donald Trump is making very clear so that none of us be confused. That Donald Trump in America wants Negro slavery and Negro history to disappear. Let's not be confused about everything else that you may feel that Donald Trump is doing. His main target is that 246 years of Negro slavery, of the blood that's on America's name called America. That is Donald Trump's number one focus. Well, being president, you have a lot to be concerned about. But Donald Trump seemed to be making a lot of time for erasing Negro history on this landmass called America. What about that? What about that? With all the concerns that they claim they have about what's going on in America and around the world, Donald Trump is finding a lot of time to erase that Negro slavery for 246 years, plus the next 100 years up until 1965. So everything that was accomplished, all the sacrifice that was made up until 1965 is disappearing. And so you folks have started crying. Y'all have started crying like I'd never seen before. And I've been on this earth for 62, 63 years. And I never can remember a time when I have heard adults cry as hard and as loud as you folks are crying. Oh, we losing DI, we losing this program, we losing that program, we losing jobs, we're losing DI, we don't lost affirmative action. Donald Trump is attacking the Civil Rights Act. Donald Trump is erasing this. Donald Trump is erasing that. Well, yes, Donald Trump is quite busy, but you folks didn't care about the sacrifice that the Negroes made until it stopped at your doorstep. Now you care about it. Now you care about it. Now you want to cry about it, but you didn't care about those Negroes. You didn't care about preserving that history. You folks didn't care, so you cared so less you didn't even want to say the word Negro. That's how disdain you had for it. That's how ashamed you was of the Negroes who carved out 246 years plus another 100 years. So that's 350 years. That's 350 years for you ungrateful human beings. So Mark King Carter and Organizer and and Sway Me and all the Freeman folks, they're not going to get not one thing. God is going to make sure they burn in hell before that happens. God is going to make sure each one of them burn in hell before they ever see one red penny, one red nickel, one red dime, one red quarter of reparations. They are never going to live to see that. They can keep on running around here misleading you folks until the cows come home. They can say it out of their mouth until they pass out, but they're not going to ever, ever, ever see one red penny. Because God does not reward ungratefulness. We all know that. I think even if you don't care about religious, or you don't go to church, if you don't have any spiritual connection to the Heavenly Father, you know that much. That's a no-brainer. God does not reward ungratefulness. That we know for sure. If we know anything while we on this earth, that's one thing that we don't even have to wonder about. We don't have to guess about. We don't have to make an assumption about. God do not reward ungratefulness. So you folks and me have been witnessing ungratefulness. And so since we have been witnessing ungratefulness since 1965, let's get a pinpoint date. Since 1965, all of us who have brown and dark brown skin have been witnessing ungratefulness. And so now we are all being rewarded for that ungratefulness because Donald Trump told you out of his own mouth. He didn't leave you to guess. Donald Trump didn't want you to guess about it. He didn't want you to make an assumption about it. Donald Trump told you out of his own mouth. Let's all write it down. This is the quote that came out of Donald Trump's mouth. Donald Trump said, I do not want anyone to grow up hating America. Let's repeat again. Donald Trump said, I do not want anyone to grow up hating America. What could Donald Trump be talking about when he said that? Do y'all have any clue as to why Donald Trump felt the need to tell the whole world that he do not want anyone growing up to hate America? That's public schools. Anybody in to be taught anything in public school or colleges that could possibly cause them to grow up hating America. Well, there's only three things that could possibly cause anyone to grow up hating America. And those three things are as follows. Number one, the genocide of the American Indian, Native American. That's number one. They almost wiped that whole bloodline off the face of the earth. I want you folks to hear me very clearly. They almost wiped the American Indian and Native American off the face of the earth. And they are in the 21st century trying to shape a narrative that America belongs to immigrants. How dare them? You see how foolish this is? That we are in the 21st century and folks are trying to paint a narrative that America belongs to them. They came from Germany, they came from Ireland, they came from Europe, they came from all around the world. But somehow or another, America belongs to them. But God got something waiting on them. God got something waiting on all of us. So now these human beings who have descendants are trying to paint a narrative that America belongs to these folks who like to call themselves white, but they are pink. They are really pink, and you don't have to believe me. You just take a piece of paper, just pull out a piece of paper that's white and put it next to their skin. And who is the liar? Are you the liar or they the liar? When you take that piece of paper out and that white piece of paper is next to their skin, then the question is answered. They are not white because God did not put any human being on this earth white are black. That's clear as day. That's clear as the day in front of us. That's clear as night. But you adults run around here calling each other white and black like it's a real thing. Y'all really are delusional. But no human being on this earth is white. No human being on this earth is black. So the number one reason why anyone would grow up to hate America is the genocide of the American Indian and the Native American. And the number two reason why anyone would grow up to hate America is Negro slavery. And it was recorded as Negro slavery and not just slavery. It wasn't recorded as descendant of slaves. It wasn't recorded as chattel slavery. It was not recorded as Black American slavery. It was not recorded as Black American chattel slavery. No, it was recorded. Let's all say it together. We all know how to pronounce the word record. It was recorded as Negro slavery. Go look it up on Google if they have not erased it, but I have already screenshotted it. So I have proof on my own personal disc, little disc, the little things that folks download stuff to. I have already screenshotted it when I did my search. And I looked it up and it came back in the search result clearly stating that slavery in America on the land mass called America was recorded as Negro slavery, not slavery, not freeman slavery, not Black American slavery, not African American slavery, not ADOS slavery, not FBA slavery. No, it was recorded as Negro slavery. And so that's the second reason why anyone would grow up to hate America because of Negro slavery and genocide. And then the third reason why anyone would grow up to hate America is that America went around the world and caused destruction and genocide. So those are the only three reasons that I can come up with that would answer the question that Donald Trump said out of his own mouth. So, what you are witnessing that all of these ungrateful human beings have lost all of that sacrifice that was made for 246 years, it got washed down the drain. They just turned on the faucet and washed it down the drain just that quickly. They took a little ink pen and erased that whole 246 years because America is tired of that blood being on their hands. America wants to wash the blood off of their hands, and they cannot wash the blood off of their hands unless they rewrite the books. The blood will stay on their hands unless they rewrite the book, unless they rewrite that history, unless they make Negro ethnicity disappear. Everything that was recorded, everything that was documented under the term Negro has got to disappear. It's got to disappear because Donald Trump don't want his great grandkids learning about Negro slavery. Donald Trump and all of those pink and pale skinned persons who think they are American, there's no such thing as American. America is just a made up word. It's just a made up word by invaders. They invaded another landmass and called it America. But America's not a real thing. It's not a real thing whatsoever. It was just made up out of the clear blue air after evil human beings invaded another landmass. They came from somewhere. They came from somewhere and they landed on a landmass that did not belong to them. It did not belong to them because if God had intended for them to be there, they wouldn't have had to come to it. If God intended for them to be on this landmass that they call America today, then God would have put them on that landmass. They would not have had to invade. They would not have had to invade. And now it's almost poetic justice how the immigrants are invading. It's just y'all, you can't make this up. You just cannot make it up. Folks constantly say how history will repeat itself. Well, America invaded a landmass and genocide. The Negroes were here and the American Indians were already on this landmass. Who got here first? I really don't know. I'm not going to sit up here and tell a bald faced lie. But it's clear evidence that Negro bones have been found. Now, I have no clue about the American Indian or the Native American. I have no clue about that. So I am not going to disrespect their recorded history. I will not go there. I will not step on their toes and disrespect what history the American Indian or the Native American have recorded. What I am basing my comments and what is coming out of my mouth based on the research that I know about and have done myself. And it's clearly stated in the Bible that God's chosen people fled to all four corners of the earth. All four corners of the earth includes this landmass that our 2 feet are planted on. It includes it. So I think that's common sense. That's plain old common sense. So let me just try to move right along here because I got to get to the Freeman. I got to get to the Freeman on this broadcast, and I just want to try to understand why Mark King Carter and his little meons who hang on every word that come out of his mouth. My mother told me when I was growing up that liars, folks who are liars, you can always look around and find a certain number of persons who are always in agreement with that liar. They are always hanging on that person's word. They are always backing up what come out of their mouth. And my mother was right. As I grew up, I observed that same thing. And that's what come to mind when I'm listening to Mark King Carter and how all the little meons hang on his every little word. They agree with what's coming out of his mouth. They are liars too. Liars agree with liars. That's how it works. It's not hard to figure out. Any person that sit around and listen to a liar and don't call it out, they are a liar too. So that is what I have done with my observation because these persons they clearly knew. They clearly knew when they were on Clubhouse that they were lying to the community. They were lying to each other when they were talking about churning Chicago red. The population of brown and dark brown skinned persons in Chicago is a little over 14%. A little over 14%. So you're not churning Chicago red with a 14% of the total population. That's not going to happen. But folks ran around and lied like that for over 2 years, a good 2 years, and folks believed it. And folks believed it, and they still believe in the lies coming out of Mark King Carter's mouth today. Now he has switched it up. Now he wants you to focus on taking control of your city, your local city. Well, once again, you're not taking over the control of your local city if you don't know your number count. If you don't know your number count, you're not taking over your local policies at your local, state, let alone the federal level. If you don't know your number count, Mark King Carter, if you don't know you have 1,000 or 2,000 persons on the same page, that those 1,000 and 2,000 persons understand how to vote as a voting block, that they have a center location of a link that they can click on to stay informed, then you're just talking to the wind. You're just talking to hear yourself talk. Because I don't see anyone posting in the Jumbotron. They always talking about posting receipts in the Jumbotron, but you have to be a part of the invite to the invite inside club. Only certain persons get the link. It's a part of the invite. It's part of the inside club, the click. If you're not part of the click or you're not part of the popularity club, if you're not part of the favoritism club, you just may not know about that link because it's hand picked. It's hand picked, and only certain folks get that link. And so once again, folks can get on Twitter land and YouTube and Facebook and TikTok and Clubhouse and talk to they blue in the face until they have set up a platform, a website that folks can click on no matter what state they live in and stay informed and try to get on the same page with each other, then it's just all a waste of time. Because folks can't get informed when folks are just concerned about a private club for those who are part of your clique, who you rub elbows with. They got to be part of your clique. They got to be persons that you rub elbows with. You got to be in agreement with everything that come out of the folks' mouth. Anytime someone try to say anything that's opposing, oh, you are going to get pounced on. I heard it yesterday again. I hear it when I go into the anonymous listening section. I constantly hear somebody will go up on stage and raise their hand and come off with a microphone. If they start saying anything that's opposing to all the other persons on the stage, they are all going to pounce on the person. They are going to attack that person in numbers. Not one person is not going to just come off the microphone. Why couldn't just one person come off the microphone and they take their turn attacking him? Oh no, they got to attack in numbers. They cannot simply come off the microphone and attack that person because that person said something out of their mouth that they don't agree with. So they felt the need to come off of their microphone and attack him. They're gonna call you a psyop. They're going to call you an agent. They're going to call you everything but the child of God. They're going to call you everything in the book but the child of God. And each one of them are going to burn in hell. God got a seat waiting on them. God got a seat waiting on each one of them. Every time they on display, every time they come off of their microphone and attack another person, God is putting their name in the book and waiting on them. Oh yes, Lord, God is waiting on those persons. That is for sure. God is waiting on them, and God have a seat waiting on them in hell. So Mark King Carter and they little millions, they are running around now talking about grants and government contracts. When before Donald Trump took office and started doing all his destruction, it was all about immigrants. It was all about immigrants. They won't talking about grants and LLCs and government contracts. Oh, it was just they vote. It's about immigration. That's the number one priority. But it looks like that immigration thing don't kind of simmer down. Folks just coming back to reality. I think folks are finally coming back to reality that they're gonna have to swallow that L with Donald Trump because they had 2 years. They had 2 years, and they could have launched a boycott and made their demands. And if the Republicans and the Democrats did not come to the table before the election and meet those demands, then they had a backup plan. They still had time to campaign for a no vote. They still had time to try to work out a strategy to make sure that Donald Trump or Kamala Harris did not get 270. But they little brain couldn't process that. They little brain couldn't process that. How how it would have been if each one of us would have woke up the next day and Donald Trump or Kamala Harris could not reach 270 because we had threw a monkey wrench in that voting process with our little voting block. Can you wrap your brain around that? Our little population is not big enough to put anybody in office, but it's certainly big enough as a spoiler. But folks couldn't do that. They were too gun ho to tell the Republicans and the Democrats that they were looking forward to voting for them a whole 2 years in advance. But they could have planned that strategy. If they could have had a backbone, they could have done that. But no, they preferred to vote for their enemy. So they got what's coming to them because they certainly had time to plan and strategize on how to prevent Donald Trump and Kamala Harris from reaching 270. And it could have been done because they had a lot of write ins. They had a lot of write in candidates for this election. I think it was more than normal. But they could have helped a lot of good folks get on the write-in ballot if they wasn't so gun ho to give their vote away to the Republicans or the Democrats. So they shot themselves in the foot a whole 2 years in advance. And now they're trying to run around a few months after the election and try to reinvent themselves. Oh no, Donald Trump and the Republicans and the white nationals and the megas and the races and the discriminations and the oligarchy and the corporations and the banks and the Rockefellers and the Black Rocks and the cartels are going to dish out a lot of pain in the coming years. They are just getting started. They are just getting started. So every one of those persons who ran around for almost 2 years telling folks to vote for the Republicans, they're gonna swallow that L. And God is gonna make sure they feel some pain. They may be avoiding it so far because most of them wanted to vote for Donald Trump for that tax cut mainly for their business or their individual tax return. That was the main motivation. It wasn't immigration. But they lied and made the case that it was about the immigration. But no, it wasn't. It was for the bottom line of their pocket. And they knew clearly that Donald Trump was going to renew that tax cut that he got passed in 2017. In 2017, Donald Trump took the liberty to take the tax bracket from 35% down to 21%. A whopping He made a whopping tax cut from 35% down to 21%. But the Republicans really wanted to cut all the government programs across the board by 38%. They wanted that. Nobody talks about that. In all these Twitter spaces that you go into, nobody brings up that topic. Why is that? The Republicans wanted to cut government programs across the board by 38%. Go do the research and find it because I posted it. But they went into the back room and did a backroom deal with the demon Democrats, and they ended up cutting government programs by somewhere between 16 to 18% for those persons who need that safety net. For all those persons that need that safety net, they got a cut of 16% to 18%. And all those folks who love capitalism, they got a whopping tax break from 35% down to 21%. So why folks pretending to be surprised that America is crumbling to the ground? Why folks pretending like they surprised of all this waste that so-called Doge found? They've been crooked from day one. Why y'all pretending to be surprised about it? Why? Why in God's name are you pretending that you was not aware that all of this waste was going on? Why y'all pretending that? Y'all did know they've been wasting and being crooked and corrupt since day one. Money is being dabbed out every which way, and nobody has any accountability. No one has any accountability. Um, I just don't understand it. I am completely confused that you individuals consider yourself adults and you never care about accountability. You never care about checks and balances. How have you lived your life this long and never thought about that when it comes to the government? Just because the Congress and the Senate go to the floor and pass a bill, do anyone bother to follow up with a check and balance to see did the money go where it was supposed to go? Did the money go where it was supposed to go? Did the policy or the legislation get properly funded? Did it have an impact? Did anyone bother to question was it implemented fairly? Was it a racist person or a KKK person or a discriminating person who was responsible for implementing it? Do anyone bother to check for that? Do anyone bother to question that? Oh no, oh no, we cannot do that. That's just too much work. We just gonna sit on a public app and write off quotes. Oh, the Democrats passed this. The Democrats care about the working class. The Democrats care about Obamacare. The Democrats care about education. The Democrats care about welfare and EBT. And the Democrats care about prescription drugs. And the Democrats care about all this funding to the HBCU. Oh, y'all just got a laundry list of all the things that the Democrats care about. But nobody can show me verified proof, a single verified proof of where the money went and what is the proof of what kind of result did it have. Can't nobody show me proof of that. 1 ounce of proof that once that funding got sent to that state, how was it dispersed? Was the money accounted for? Are there receipts of how the money got spent? Did the money get mishandled? Was it stolen by persons who had access to the funding? See, I know a little bit about funding. I don't know a whole lot, but when I was in the military, they made me budget NCO. See how that worked? They put me in charge of budget NCO. I don't think they would have put me as a budget NCO if I don't know how to do critical thinking and checks and balances and accountability. I don't think they would have made a mistake of putting me in that position if they did not think I could be responsible to do the job. So you adults are completely failing at accountability. You are completely failing at checks and balances. Human beings have to have checks and balances in place or they are bound to do the wrong thing. It's just human nature that if those human beings who are over money, if they clearly know that they can figure out a way to avoid accountability and avoid showing receipts of how they spent that money and what type of outcome was it. Did they have a positive outcome? Was it a negative outcome? Did it have a positive impact? What was the progress for the money that was spent? No one cares to do that. Folks just do a bit, they just do barely enough to say they did something. They just do barely enough to say they did something so they can keep on asking for money again and again. That's all they care about. They just do barely enough to try to make the claim that they did something with the money. Well, all of this suffering wouldn't be going on in the world if folks were doing something with the money. You wouldn't have all of this suffering going on if folks really were showing accountability for how they were spending money, how they were spending those tax dollars that they collect. But Mark King Carter wants you to care about grants. He wants you to prepare your LLC so that you can get busy applying for those Pell grant for those grants, not the Pell grants, because Donald Trump is working on trying to reduce the funding for that. Donald Trump is quite busy making sure that he cut out as much funding as humanly possible. So Mark King Carter, did you miss that? Did you miss that memo? While you was opening your Twitter space and lying to people, why did you leave that part out? Donald Trump is quite busy reducing the funding as much as humanly possible. Because the Republicans, they want to pay for that renewed tax cut in 2020 at the end of 2025. At the end of 2025, when that tax cut uh, ends and they have to renew it and they have to vote on it again, they got to find some money. They got to find some money. You are aware of that, aren't you, Mark King Carter and Sexy and Sway Me and Denmark and Organizer and all you brain dead folks who gather in that Freeman space? Y'all are aware of that. Are y'all trying to pretend that Donald Trump is not cutting funding? Are y'all really trying to get away with that lie? I have just been completely dumbfounded the way you folks are running around here pretending that Donald Trump is not cutting out all of those programs. I really am surprised that y'all really think that you can get away with that lie. That you're going to get on a public app and tell people, "Oh, go set up your LLC and hold your fingers and hold your breath and pray to God that your application get approved for one of those grants." Just hold your breath. Just hold your breath and stand on pins and needles and pray to God that when your application hit that desk, that somebody who is sitting behind that desk is waiting to approve it, okay? And then don't forget to put your application in for that government contract too. You just may get lucky and get one of those government contracts. Just like Deion Sanders' son thought he was going to get selected on draft night. And that young teenager had skill. But Mark King Carter want to fill you with hope that if America is willing to treat that young man that way, do y'all think y'all have a chance in hell of getting your application approved for a grant or a government contract? You are living in la la land. America tell you and me every single day they are willing to sacrifice no matter what. If it only let a small percent get through that gate. Cause they control who get to come through that gate. They control who get that government contract. They may let 3% get approved. What is 3%? It's barely a drop in the bucket. But you folks will still run around and brag about it. Oh, Mark King Carter got a $40 million construction project. So Mark King Carter can run around and brag to y'all because he has made a connection for a $40 million project to construct housing, I think, for the state of Chicago. But what Mark King Carter is leaving out, Mark King Carter got an inside connection. How many of us got an inside connection? Just throwing a question out there. I'm just throwing a question out there for anyone that want to answer it, cause I know I am not stupid. Mark King Carter got a comfortable bank account. He has made good connections, and you can't fault the man, really. I mean, uh, that's what folks preach about. It's all about who you know. Well, I know something about that too. When I was in the military, it was all about who you knew. Cause my sister was the one who was the officer and her husband, and it was about anytime somebody came to attack me in the military, I just had to walk to the phone and call my sister, and they were off of my back in less than 24 hours. So I knew the military operate that same way, Mark King Carter. It's all about who you know. You know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. That's how the military operated. So I'm not foreign to this mumbo jumbo that Mark King Carter is swaying you folks with. It's all about who you know. Mark King Carter more than likely got some good connections. But I also noticed when he came back from Mar-Lago, he started singing a different tune. He's still talking about a seat at the table and all that. They still preaching that narrative, but something don't change in their little wording. Yes, it has changed. It has changed. Now it's all about I want my people to roll up their sleeves and apply for those grants and those government contracts. Well, it's not enough grants and government contracts to go around. Yes, some folks are going to be lucky and get their application approved. Ain't no denying that. That's no denying that fact. It's a fact of the matter. But let somebody do a check, do some type of accountability to find out how many persons with brown and dark brown skin applications got turned down. Nobody is going to provide that data. Nobody is going to bother to provide that data. They're going to keep that hush hush. They're going to keep that hush hush because they don't want to hear about that. They just want to keep on misleading folks. They want to keep on misleading them and feeding them false hope. Oh, just shut up and be satisfied with crumbs. Get your symbolism, get your little comfortable seat if you win your election and be happy. While America is telling you and me they don't give a darn if I live or die. They don't have to make that no more clear to me than they have already done in my 63 years of being on this earth. That I know without any shadow of a doubt. So I would just like to move on to the word nigger. I'm gonna have to take a little drink. I'm gonna have to take a little drink. I'm gonna take a 5 minute break, and then I'm gonna come back on the microphone. My throat is kind of hurting, so I'm gonna get something to drink, and then I'm gonna come back and talk about this word. Well, I better keep on going because if I stop, I may not be able to start back. So I'm gonna have to rough through it. Folks like to run around here and call themselves nigger. So the question came to me: all these persons who love to say I'm a nigger and called other folks nigger, I came up with the question: are these same persons going home and calling their mother and father nigger? Are they calling their wife and husband nigger? Are they calling their children niggers? No, they're not. But these same folks really think they are doing something when they call each other nigger. It's quite bizarre that they are so proud to be a nigger. They are so proud to be black. But God did not birth not one human being into the world a nigger. Did he? Could I be wrong? Far as my understanding, God did not birth any human being into the world a nigger. Or God did not birth any human being into the world black. And so it came to me that it I needed to speak up about it because folks have such a weak backbone that they won't speak to each other about it. They'll just give each other a pass. They'll co-sign it. They'll sit in the room and listen to each other call each other nigger. And then they got the nerve. Then they got the nerve to try to get upset when somebody else called them nigger. That's another bizarre thing. That they even have the audacity to have brainwashed people to believe that they can control who get to say nigger. That is mental illness. Okay, folks, that is downright mental illness when I can sit in a Twitter space and hear a lady come off of her microphone and say, "We made nigger all our own." Can somebody please check that lady into a mental hospital as soon as possible? Because somebody has warped her mental brain that she didn't even care about embarrassing herself by coming off of her microphone and stating that she felt that persons who call each other nigger have made nigger all they own. That's not possible because there's only 50 to 60 million of us. There's over 300 million persons in America. And your little population of 50 to 60 million cannot control anyone else from saying the word nigger. That's not possible. That's just not humanly possible. So you are living a delusional world and you are mentally ill. But that's not the worst part. That's not the worst part. The worst part is that they children have to go to elementary school and middle school and junior high school and senior high school and try to fight that battle on any given day. See, the adult is not nowhere around when that happens. They comfortably on Twitter land or Clubhouse or TikTok in a recliner talking to their phone while their child had to go out there and be baited by somebody who's going to walk up to them and call them a nigger. And they're going to try to fight that battle. But that adult who be on Twitter, not going to be nowhere around. They're not going to be nowhere in sight. But that child that has gone to school that day and went to learn, they went to school, they went to their elementary school, they went to their middle school, they went to their junior high school, they went to their senior high school, and they just went to school to learn. But somebody is going to walk up to them and bait them and call them a nigger. But where is the adult? Because that child is not equipped to fight that battle. It's hard enough for us adults. It's really already hard enough for y'all brain dead human beings who think that you have made nigger all your own. You are confused. You are very, very confused. And now that I know not one of you are going home and calling your mother nigger, not one of you have ever called your mother a nigger, not one of you have called your father a nigger, not one of you have called your wife a nigger, not one of you have called your husband a nigger. You know it's wrong to say it, but you're saying it because you're suffering a mental illness, because you're degenerate, and you don't give a darn about the negative image that you want to place on yourself, because you're not placing it on me. I need to stop right in my tracks and let you know. Who did you boycott today have not had to deal with the word nigger? I have not had to deal with it in my 63 years. See, but if I was to encounter anyone that wanted to call me nigger, you know what I would do? I would simply turn around and show them my back and reject them and keep right on walking. But my mother told me one time, folks just know how to read certain folks. So folks have read me. Nobody that I can remember has ever called me a nigger, and I have not called anyone a nigger. Because my mother didn't allow that word in my household growing up. Oh, my mother never said that word. My brothers and sisters never said that word. When I went outside to play, nobody that I played around ever said that word. But I can tell you right now, if somebody would have had the audacity to say that word to me, I wouldn't bother to fight them. I wouldn't even bother to spend the energy to fight them because it would be a waste of time, first of all, because I cannot fight billions with a B. Who did who did you boycott could not have fought and wanted to beat up every person that want to say that word, but I know how to deal with them a lot better. If they say the word nigger out of their mouth, I'm just gonna turn my back and reject them. Human beings don't like to be rejected. My rejecting them is gonna last a lot longer than a fight. See, my mother raised me to do critical thinking. You have to put on your thinking cap when you're dealing with society. Because folks come in all different shades of color. And you cannot fight all the time. You have to be able to be intelligent. You have to be able to apply common sense. You have to be able to apply intelligence. You have to be able to apply common sense. You cannot fight every second of the day. So I would suggest that all of you folks, all you adults who like to run around and call each other nigger and get upset when somebody else use it, why don't you try rejecting that person? I guarantee you they won't come back a second or third time for a dose of that medicine. Try it out. The same suggestion I gave you folks on my other broadcast about not talking, excuse me, not talking to these pink and pale people, it's the same thing that you apply when it comes to anything racist or discriminating. Just at that very moment, show that person and dish out a rejection. Walk away from them, and I guarantee you, the next time you encounter them, they're going to be changing their tune because human beings don't like to be rejected. So I never have had to get upset about nigger. I wish to God I could remember one incident, but I just don't have any in my memory. I would share it with you. I really would share it with you, but I don't have one. I don't have one to share with you. I, I just don't. So somehow or another, I just never have had to have that experience. I guess folks just read me. They knew not to say that to me because I just never had anyone have the boldness to walk up to me and say it. So I guess you folks who love the word nigger, you brought it on yourself. You brought it on yourself. How can you claim that you want liberation and then run around every single day calling yourself a nigger? The two don't go together. The two don't go together. Human beings who want to be black so badly, they want black culture, they want black pride, they want black power. Y'all don't have any of that. When you can tell the whole world to look at you like a nigger, you already done. You are a walking dead human being because you have already self destructed without any help from the enemy. They doing enough. Oh yeah, they doing enough. But you individuals have already shot yourself and committed suicide when you women and men are so proud to get on a public app and tell the whole world, I want you to see me as a nigger. I call myself a nigger. I'm proud to be a nigger. And you think that you are going to demand respect? Y'all are delusional. Y'all are very, very delusional. I am so thankful that my mother did not raise me with that programming. I had a very, very special mother. She would never harm her 7 kids that way. You couldn't pay my mother to harm her kids by telling them and saying the word nigger around them. No, my mother loved us too much to want to damage us that way. She also never said the word white supremacy. She also never said the word hate. My mother really loved her 7 kids. I know that because I have walked out into the world and I have seen a lot. I have seen a lot in my 63 years. I have seen a lot. And I have listened to a lot of words that come out of individuals' mouth. And I ask myself, Aquilin, you were one lucky child to be born to the mother that you were born to. That's what I say. I sit back and I say, Aquilin, over and over. You were very lucky. God bless you with a very special mother. And all along my journey, I constantly said that to myself. I constantly said that to myself. And you folks are going to answer for calling each other nigger. When Camilla Anthony cannot sit under a tent without being harassed and assaulted, some of the blame comes back to each one of you who are so proud of being a nigger, who are so proud of being black. God did not birth any human being into something called black. No, God blessed everyone into the world a Pacific bloodline, and not one of those bloodlines are spelled white or black. Call me a liar. Call me a liar. Find me the origin. Find me a origin of a white person. Find me a origin of a black person. Find me a origin because America made up the classification Black American in 1966. 1966 is when America came up with the classification called Black American. And the OMB have a definition on a website that says any person identifying as Black American or African American is a individual belonging to a black racial group of Africa. Now, when was a baby born to a black racial group? For all you smart adults who run around calling yourself black, black American. When was a baby born to a black racial group of Africa? When did that happen? Did I miss it? Because I must have missed it. Because somebody needs to get on an airplane and fly to Africa and try to find that black racial group. Someone needs to volunteer to get on an airplane and find that black racial group for all you persons who are so proud to be black American and African American. Somebody needs to get on an airplane pronto because y'all cannot be that dumb and slow. But Negro is a true bloodline. The very one that y'all try to shame, the very one that y'all trying to replace with these other made up classifications is the only one that really is a true bloodline. How ironic. How ironic that is that Negro do have an origin, a real life origin of the bloodline. But Black American don't, and Black American never will. African American don't, and it never will. Freeman won't, and it never will. ADOS won't, and it never will. FBA won't, and it never will because it was made up. But you folks have tried to do a banged up job to run around and try to paint Negro in a negative light. Say Negro means black in Spanish, Negro means black in Portuguese. Uh, Stop wasting time off your life because God has spoken. And God has spoken that Negro is a true bloodline. So all you lying human beings are wasting time off of your life because it's already in the book. It's already written that Negroes are God's chosen people. Not none of these other made up words, none of these made up words. So when you come knocking at the door, God gonna say, I don't know you, and you're gonna have to turn away. Each one of you who wanted to be black American, each one of you who wanted to be African American, each one of you who wanted to be freemen, each one of you who wanted to be ADOS, each one of you who wanted to be FBA. God, when the time comes for you to knock at that door, God gonna say, I don't know you. You didn't know me. And go away. That's what God is gonna tell you. Because I read that in the Bible. Also, I read it in the Bible before I knew of any of you. I read it with my own two eyes back in 2016, long before I ever thought about downloading a Twitter app, long before I ever heard any one of your voices. I read about that back in 2016. 2016, and to be Pacific, around, uh, let's see, no, I don't have the exact month in my head. I just remember sitting down one day and I told myself, Aquilin, you are going to read this Bible front to back. And Went page by page by page by page by page, and I read every single page, and I did it twice. And I have went back over the years and read it, but not from front to back. I only did that twice, and I was very proud of myself for accomplishing that because for the longest time my mother tried to encourage me to read the Bible. I grew up watching my mother read her Bible every single day, and I was very rebellious. I rebelled all the way up into 2016, and I thank God that I found my way. I thank God that I stopped being rebellious. My mother was right. I understood as I was growing up, and I watched my mother sit down at the kitchen table or wherever she wanted to sit at and read that Bible every single day. And when she died in peace. I could see it in her face, and the doctors and the nurses walked out into the hallway and told me. I didn't ask them to tell me that. They opened their own mouth and told me. They said you can tell the ones that are at peace and ready to leave from the ones who are not. And I appreciate the fact that they told me that, but I didn't ask them to tell me that. They took upon themselves to tell me that when I walked out into the hallway one day. They stopped me. They stopped me in the hallway and said, "You know, we can tell the patients who are at peace and ready to leave from the ones who are not at peace and who are not ready to leave." And I appreciate them telling me that. But I had told my mother, I went to my mother's bedside and told her she did a job well done. And I put the headphones on her ears so I could let her hear the music of that song called Well Done. And I knew I wanted her to listen to that song before she passed. And she got a chance to listen to it. And when she got done listening to it, she told me, "Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go." That was the last words that I heard from my mother. Those were the last words that my mother said to me. And I thank God that I had a chance to hear my mother say that before God called her away. So I'm gonna move on to the Freeman because I'm getting a little bit. I think I have hammered Nigger into the ground. These individuals that run around on Twitter calling each other nigger is harming their children and they're harming themselves, and they're gonna answer for that one day. God is waiting on them. They can't run around all day and claim that they fighting a war. We in a war. They love to get on these Twitter spaces and say, "Oh, we in a war. We in a race war. We in a racism war. We in a discrimination war." Where you doing the most harm to yourself. The two don't go together. The two don't go together. You can't claim to be in a war and then run around and yell to the whole world, "Look at me, look at me. I'm a nigger. I call myself a nigger and I call other persons nigger all day long," and call yourself in a war. You have already been defeated. Because the word nigger came from slave masters. Y'all folks can't reincarnate them. Y'all can't resurrect them. You cannot reincarnate them and you cannot resurrect them. So I guess you are trying to be the mouthpiece of the slave master in the 21st century because you are doing a good imitation of it. Each one of you are doing a good imitation of the slave master because that word nigger belongs to the slave master. But for some odd reason, you folks decided that you wanted to resurrect it. I don't know why you did that. I don't have a clue why you did it. Did you dig up the slave master, say, slave master, you no longer alive, so I'm going to um, carry on this word called nigger because you no longer alive and slavery is no longer alive. So I am going to volunteer to resurrect the word nigger. So you folks, I noticed that a lot of you testing, a lot of you make it a point to say nigger when you know I'm in the anonymous listening section. You're not hurting me. Don't think for 1 second that you're hurting who did you boycott to keep on repeating it. You're not hurting me when you call yourself nigger, and you don't hurt me when you call yourself black American. Because I know who I am. I am a human being who was born into a bloodline Negro. I have no confusion. So I just wanted to let you folks know, don't waste time off your life constantly saying nigger, thinking that you're hurting me and that you pushing back against me because you recognize I'm in the anonymous listening section. Don't waste your time, okay? I know when you putting it on extra. I know when you're doing it. I know when you're doing it naturally, and I know when you're doing it extra. So don't think this elder can't pick up on. I keep trying to tell you folks, I'm a very, very, very observant person. God gave me that skill. I'm very, very observant. So don't much get past me. Not a whole lot get past me. It don't fly over my head and I don't miss it. No, God gave me, God didn't give me book knowledge, but God gave me the abundance of being very, very observant and abundance of common sense. But y'all folks don't believe Dookie stinks when I've been telling you this for well over 2 years. I've been telling most of you this for well over 2 years. Y'all thought I was just talking out my mouth. Well, Mark King Carter, you don't have to keep on saying nigger extra, thinking that you getting back at me, because you're not. You hurting yourself. You hurting yourself and knock yourselves out. Because I'm 63 and I have not spent not one day on this earth seeing myself as a nigger. If it makes you proud to call yourself a nigger, then you can keep on getting gunned down like a nigger. Because y'all proud of it, because God did not birth not one person in this world a nigger. So you don't care about being seen as a nigger. And you telling the world that every chance you get. So you're gonna get whatever comes with that. Because from what I know, I was made in the image of God. I was made in the image of God, and I have to my my time on this earth is to walk in the image of God and do my absolute best in what I do and say to have that acceptance and judgment of God. I know no matter how hard I try, some days I'm gonna come up short, but most days I'm right there on the mark. There's some things in life that I certainly can improve on, but I'm also clear that I am not that far off. So, you persons that care so much about this word nigger, I'm going to keep on broadcasting because you're not going to change my mind. You're not going to stop me from opening my rooms and putting it on blast because y'all got to answer for it. See, human beings want to be able to do as they please. They don't care how it impacts others in society in a negative way. They don't want to care about that. Oh, just shut up and let me do as I please. No, I don't believe in that because I hold myself to the fire. If who did you boycott is going to hold herself to the fire, then I'm going to hold every other person in the same way. I wake up every single day doing my absolute best not to have a negative impact on others. No one is forcing me to do that. That's just the way my mother raised me. But I hold myself to that, and I think I have done a superb job when where is that concerned. Now, as far as uh being in line with doing everything the right way that God want it done, I got a lot of improvement to make. But not a whole lot, but a little bit. So, but when it comes to waking up from as far back in my memory that I can go, my mother made it very clear to me that it was important to wake up and that every day that God gave me to set a positive example and not set a negative example. So I've I've been have my mother hammered that in my head at a very young age. So I've always known that that was very important. So I didn't have to walk out into the world and figure that out. My mother taught me that before I left home. She taught me that I can't even remember how old I was. I must have been very young because I can't remember exactly when she started hammering it into my head and my brothers and sisters. So I grew up knowing that. I grew up knowing that every time I stepped out the door, that I represented my mother. That if I misbehaved, if I did something negative, that it was going to come back and reflect negative on my mother. So I I, I knew that, and I loved my mother, and I didn't want to do anything that will reflect negative on her. So my mother told us that she said every time you walk outside to play, you represent me, and we never forgot that. Now, some being kids, we're gonna mess up. We're gonna get into devilishment. It's just natural. But we didn't never go too far. We pushed the envelope sometime, but we didn't do anything that went too far. Cause nothing came before our mother. Not even being a kid, and that's hard not to stop to prevent doing that because when you're a kid, you want to be a kid. But you know, we weren't crazy. We was gonna have to come back through that door and answer for it. So that was another motivating factor. Mom did not play. She did not play. I I I just I'm just don't even want to think about those whoopings. I mean, those whoopings and punishments. I don't even want to think about them. I just don't even want to think about them. So, but that discipline and that love paid off. I'm thankful for that foundation, and I still benefit from it today. But when you're a kid, you don't fully appreciate it. But there's been so many years that I've been able to look back and really appreciate all of that discipline and love that my mother gave me and my brothers and sisters. Because without that foundation, I could not have turned out the way I did. I would never be able to honor and thank my mother enough. So, with that said, for all you brain dead folks who love the word nigger, who did you boycott today is going to keep on making her titles and putting them on blast. Now I'm going to move on to Freeman because I took some little notes today. I went to Google and I asked Google, I said, Google, let me get one more thing before I do that part. Uh, I need to get this sentence right here. This statement that I typed in the search box. And I said, I'm over here my little notepad. Put this information in here so that I can get to this final part of this broadcast so I can get back to my other work and try to take something from my dang throat. Okay, what I did was I shimmied on over to Google and I typed in a search box for those who may want to type it in. I said, Google, was Freeman ever a status in the United States? I left out a couple of little words, but I said was, spelled out the word was, hashtag Freeman, next word ever, should it be a A? I left out the A, status in the United States. And Google came back with the search result and clearly said, no, 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 Freeman was not a universal held status in the United States. While the term refers to formerly enslaved people, it is not a legal or official status in context. Let's all say it together that it is not a legal or official status in the same way as citizenship. It is primarily used to describe their historical context and connection to the five civilized tribes in Indian Territory. Let's repeat it again. Their historical context and connection to the five civilized tribes in Indian Territory. So, just like Big A, DJ Big A said in Re-Up Space well over a year ago that one of his family members identified as Black Indian. These freeman persons who are impersonating a status of freeman, they certainly are not Negroes. And somehow or another, I think these individuals were intertwined with the civilized tribes back then because I don't think they can find a family member on the census report before 1870 because the government would not have had to go to the Indians and demand they set their slaves free if they were operating in the same environment as the Negroes. It wouldn't have been necessary for the government to go to the Indians and say, you have to let those slaves go because the president has signed emancipation. That wouldn't have been necessary if the Indian tribes were operating from the same environment that the Negroes were operating from. So those persons who somehow either ran away or got captured or something happened, they got intertwined with the Native Americans or the five civilized tribes. I don't know how they got mixed up with them. They not from the same bloodline of Negro. They may be mixed with some Negro blood. They could be mixed with some Indian tribe blood. They could be mixed with some other ethnicity blood. I don't know. Those folks have to do their blood test and determine that. I cannot speak on that. All I know is that my blood tests don't show but 1% indigenous. I don't have indigenous blood in me really, cause you really can't count 1%. It's not even worth mentioning. But I got lucky. I really got lucky. My blood is 89 to 91% from the continent of Africa. The other 6 to 7% is mixed with Ireland and Irish and Scottish and what's the some of those other words that I can't keep in my head. But the only ones that really stay in my darn head is something of this word called Scottish and I think Ireland and Wales. I think I seen that. Uh, I just can't remember the other ones, but it make up another 6 or 7%. So I got somewhere between 89 and 92% from the continent. I have about 6 to 7% from Europe or over there, and then I got 1% indigenous. So that's how my 100% is totaled up. But I got darn lucky. God was looking out for me. Oh yes, Lord, God was really looking out for me to have so much of my blood not be spread all around. I don't have no Latino or Mexican or Korean or German or I don't have all those different mixtures that some persons who do their blood test they got 30% here and 40% there. But I got lucky. I got darn lucky. Mine's is right at 92% from the continent. I did not get mixed up with the American Indian and the Native American. What about that? What about that? With all the craziness that was going on back then, how did who did your boycott get so lucky that her blood is 92% from the continent when all of that madness was going on back then? Somehow or another, my blood is not spread all over the place. That was only that was only God's will. It couldn't. There's no other answer for it. That it had to be God's doing. It was God's doing that my blood did not turn out to be 20% over here and 30% over there and 40% over there. No, God said, your blood is going to be 92% from the continent of Africa. What about that? Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. So, for all of these imitators and impersonators of Freeman, I went to Google and I did a little search and I typed in the search box, was Freeman ever a status in the United States? And now you're going to get, I'm going to read a couple of paragraphs here. I already read the first one that said no. The next paragraph that I read said, here here's more details. Here is more details explanation. Freeman, in the context of five civilized tribes, okay, and right below that heading, it says the following. The term freeman is particularly significant in relations to the five civilized tribes, and they name them off: Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, 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 Creek, and Seminole. I'm going to repeat those five civilized tribes again since I messed up a little bit. They are the Cherokee, the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, the Creek, and the Seminole. And their interaction with enslaved people they held. Did you catch that part? Let's say it again. And their interaction with enslaved people they held. They held them either voluntarily or involuntarily, but they got intermixed with them. The Dawes Roll, DAWES, the Dawes Roll, a list of individuals who lived with the tribes and were approved by the Dawes Commission. Also include freemen. Y'all see that little word freeman? has nothing to do with the Negroes who were emancipated on the slave plantation. Two separate environments, two separate populations of human beings that folks in the 21st century are trying to merge together because they want to steal the Negro history and put it up under a word called freedmen when America knows all this information. Sway me, lady by the name of Sway Me, you can stop wasting time off of your life because it took me less than 5 minutes to search for this. So I know you know about it. I know you have to know about it while you're running around here lying on Twitter and opening Twitter space. If it took me only 5 minutes to search for this, you clearly know it. And America certainly knows it. So I don't know why folks are letting you get away with lying to them, but it only took a 5 minute search, a little 5 minute search, and I came back with the information. And I have already done this search more times than I can count. This wasn't the first day that I did it. I did it somewhere between from 2023 all the way up to 2025. From time to time, I have done a search about freedmen. So this is not the first rodeo for me. I've been reporting on this since about around 2023. But these lying people keep right on lying and sway me, and Mark King Carter and Denmark and organizer and all the persons who have Freeman in their profile, go do a 5 minute search and read the recorded history, not the lies that are coming out of your mouth. Because I cannot count the number of times that you lying people have said that Freeman was a status. That's a bald faced lie. I wish to God that I could count the number of times that you lying people, Naheem and Ali, and all you lying people, C Jack, Dawn, aka Concern, Black American. She got a new name now. She got a new profile name. All of you lying Freemen, I'm gonna do a video. I am going to make a video about each one of these paragraphs and I'm going to post it. I am going to post it and I'm going to make sure that I put the search wording so that anyone that want to do the search can do it. I'm going to take a screenshot. I am going to take a screenshot of each one of these little tiny paragraphs and download it to my disk. So you lying people, I'm gonna always be able to pull it out anytime I need to. And I'm gonna already have it posted in my 60 over 60 groups that I have on Minds.com. I am going to post it on my profile on Fanbase. I'm going to post it on YouTube. I am going to post it on Instagram. I am going to post it on Facebook. I am going to post it on links in, and I may get around to posting it on TikTok. I really don't go over to TikTok that much because I really just recently started using TikTok. I really don't care for it, but I may make time and post it over there. I doubt it, but if I have some really, really extra time, I may get around to posting it over there. So let me get back to this paragraph. Let's get back to the paragraph about these lying freemen, folks. Is the term okay? I think I stopped at that paragraph because I read that one. I'm at the third paragraph. Freemen as descendants. The term freeman can also refer to the descendants of those formerly enslaved by the five civilized tribes. So they can be called freemen if they were referred to the descendants of those formerly enslaved by the five civilized tribes. So here is the crossroad that we're at. These low down human beings who were intertwined with the civilized tribes, they were enslaved by them and they were called freemen. Because, like I said before, DJ Big A came out of his own mouth and said that one of his family members identified as Black Freeman. I ain't never heard of Black Freeman until I read the letter from Dr. Claude Anderson, and the second time was when I heard the words come out of DJ Big A own mouth. I could have passed out. I had lived on this earth for 62 years, and I had never heard anyone say the word Black Freeman until I heard it from those two individuals. I had been on this earth for 62 years, and until I read the letter from Dr. Claude Anderson that said on the first line, it said, Black Indians and Black freemen had not been repaired. And in that letter, Dr. Claude Anderson never mentioned Negroes, never mentioned Negroes. And then shortly after I read that letter written by Dr. Claude Anderson that he sent to Barack Obama, it was a nice, neat little letter. And the person who posted it on my Twitter timeline was Shut Up and Dribble. So if you folks want to get the source, just send a message to Shut Up and Dribble because I have lost my copy because I had saved it, but I have misplaced it. But I'm going to continue to hunt for it. I intend to continue to hunt for it, and I just may come back across it on one of my discs. But I ain't got to lie about it because I clearly know. I think I even remember contacting Shut Up and thanking him for posting it. If my memory served me correctly, that's what I did. But I am going to hunt for it. I'm just going to tell you that. I have already been hunting for it, and I intend to continue to hunt for it. So Dr. Claude Anderson was the first person that ever I seen the word Black Freeman. The second time was when DJ Big A, who was on Twitter, was in re-up Twitter space and came off the microphone and said that one of his family members identify as Black Freeman. Well, you identifying as Black Freeman don't make you a Negro. I don't think uh it don't make you a Negro. And that's where the problem is that folks are running around here trying to conflate their justice claim with the Negro justice claim because they can't get across the finish line without that 246 years of Negro slavery. So they know that Dr. Claude Anderson has been trying for a very long time since 2012 or longer, and they know that Dr. Claude Anderson is a very smart man. And if Dr. Claude Anderson couldn't get it across the finish line, they decided they wanted to attach to Negro and steal that history and put it up under Freeman. And they really think that God is going to let them get away with that. They really have convinced themselves that God is going to let them get away with that. I am here to let you know God is going to let you burn in hell before that happens. I don't know who lied to you, who put you in that coma, who put you in that delusional world, who put you in that fantasy world. But one thing I know that God is about truth. The God that I serve, the God that my mother served, the God that I personally serve, the God that my mother served, it's about truth, not lies. And God is not going to let you get away with that lie because it's already documented. It's already documented, and you're not going to get away with it, but you're trying. I mean, you folks are working overtime trying to get away with that lie. So I decided today when I woke up, just out of the blue, because when I laid down last night, me searching for something about Freeman was not on my mind. All I was thinking about was that my body was tired after cutting that backyard. After I had cut that backyard, I was dog tired. And the last thing that was on my mind was anything to do with Freeman. But when I woke up, God put in my spirit to stop and go to Google and ask the question, was Freeman ever a status in America? And I typed in the search box the following: was Freeman ever a status in the United States? And Google came back and said, no, no, no. So sway me, why are you still lying on Twitter? Why are you still running around here telling folks that we all Freemen? Well, if these brain dead human beings want to believe that lie, then they deserve whatever they get. Because it took me less than 5 minutes to search it. It only took, who did you boycott? Less than 5 minutes to research, excuse me, to research and get the search result. It took less than 5 minutes to prove that you run around here, lady, and lie like I ain't never seen before. I used to think that my sister was a liar, but I must tell you, a lot of you folks have outdone her. And it's taken all these years for me to run into someone that I could say out of my mouth that had outdone my sister. Cause I grew up with a lying sister. She was a notorious liar. But in the past 3 years, I have encountered so many of you who don't hesitate to come off the microphone and lie and lie and lie and lie some more. So now I can honestly say I have encountered individuals who lie more than my sister, that lie more than my sister. It's taken this long for me to be able to finally say that out of my mouth. It's taken all of this time that I am 63 years old, and I can finally say that I have met, I have encountered individuals on a social media app that lie more than my sister, that lie more than my own sister. Lord, I tell you, God, God is gonna, God is a real thing. God cannot be outdone. So I'm gonna finish reading a couple more of these paragraphs before I close out that came back in my search result. And I'm going to pick up at the little paragraph that said Freeman as a descendant again. Freeman as descendants. The term freeman can also refer to descendants of those formerly enslaved by the five civilized tribes. They were enslaved by the five civilized tribes. They were not on the slave plantations. Your body cannot be in two places at the same time. Sway me, Denmark, organizer, all you folks who got Freeman in your bio. Yo, ancestor body could not be on the in be mixed in with the Indian tribes and be waking up day after day on a slave plantation. Your body can only be in one place at a time. So, so you folks need to go talk to the civilized tribes. Sway me, Naheem, uh, Arthur, Arthur Watkins, uh, Denmark, uh, DJ Big A, uh, Organizer, C Jack, Denise Long, Buffalo, Hilder, uh, Dark and Lovely, Dante, or all you Freemen who got Freeman on your profile, all you persons who have put the word Freeman in your Twitter profile, you need to go read this information because you are lying to yourself and you are lying to other persons. And America has it documented. So America has it documented in an archive, and they're not getting ready to give it up to you or me. They have it locked behind an archive. So you running around here and opening Twitter spaces telling folks that we are going to identify that we are all freemen. Well, I just proved your bald faced lie in less than 5 minutes. I just proved that you were telling a bald faced lie because you've been telling it for the past 2 years. It's not I really didn't have to strain. I really didn't even have to strain. It took less than 5 minutes. It took less than 5 minutes. So Sway Me and Dawn, aka Concerned Black American, uh fake Dawn, all you fake freemen, I would advise you to go read the search result and stop wasting time off of your life. Because I'm quite sure that America more, has a whole lot more documented truth around the word freeman. And I simply asked Google, was freeman ever a status? And it said no. Google said plain as day that freeman was never recognized as a status in the United States of America. So why are y'all getting away with it? Why are people allowing you to lie to them and get away with it? Why are they doing it? It's got to be something wrong there. It's got to be something wrong there that folks sit in a room for hours and hours and listen to you lie to them. I just would like to kindly like to know, why do those persons keep coming back to your room and sit there in the audience and let you lie to them? Why would they do that? Why would folks want to waste time off of their life and sit in the audience? Why, when it only takes 5 minutes to go do a search? Can someone answer that for me? Would someone please answer that? Something that takes less than 5 minutes to search. Folks will go to the Freeman Twitter spaces and sit there for hours and hours and hours and hours, day after day after day after day, week after week after week, month after month, year after year. When it takes less than 5 minutes to search for the truth. Why are y'all doing that? Why are y'all sacrificing valuable time off of your life? Why are you putting Freeman in your Twitter profile when it's all a lie? Why? It's confusing. It's confusing. So I'm going to read the little paragraph for Freeman as a descendant. The term freeman can also refer to the descendants of those formerly enslaved by the five civilized tribes. I had nothing. My bloodline had nothing to. no connection to the five civilized tribes because who did you boycott has 1% indigenous blood in her. One, 1%. Shocking, downright shocking that I have 1%. So I don't have any doubt that my Negro mother did not come from the same bloodline that you persons who are intermixed with these five civilized tribes. That's don't take rocket science to figure that out. I don't have to strain my little brain. I don't it don't take rocket science to figure that out. That you individuals who were mixed in with the five civilized tribes don't have the same blood flowing through your body that I have flowing through my body. Now you may have a mixture of Negro, but why you think who did you boycott didn't come out with nothing but 1%? Why you think that happened? why you folks why do you folks think that when I sent off for my blood test twice and I'm gonna send off for a third time, why do you think my blood test came back with 1% indigenous? Why I know because I'm pure blooded Negro. I am pure blooded Negro. That's why who did you boycott is pure blooded Negro. That was a blessing from God. Because when I sit on these social media apps and I hear you persons give y'all blood test results, y'all got 20% here, 30% there, 40% there. But who did you boycott came out with a 92% from the African continent. How did I get so lucky? How did I get so blessed that I can't even hardly get the words out? 92%, 92 out of 100%, 92 originates from the continent of Africa. And I claim Negro land. Who did you boycott claim Negro land? I do not claim African. I do not claim Nigerian. I do not claim Ethiopian. I do not claim South Africa. I do not claim Kenya. I do not claim Mali. I don't claim none of those African tribes. I'm from the Negro land. My blood is from Negro land. I'm pure blooded Negro. Yes, Lord. Thank you, Pastor Darby. Thank you, Pastor Darby. Thank you, Pastor Darby. May you rest in peace. Pastor Darby, thank you, thank you, thank you for doing your research and discovering that Negro is a separate bloodline from African people. Thank you, Pastor Darby. Thank you. Thank you, Heavenly Father. Thank you, Heavenly Father, that I do not come from these backstabbing Pan Africans, that I do not share the bloodline of these backstabbing Pan Africans. I think I would be ready to kill over if my blood DNA test had come back telling me that. I wouldn't be I wouldn't be able to survive it. I'm telling you. That's why I can so proudly say that 92% of my blood originates from the African continent, but it's from Negro land. It's not from Africa. It's from Negro land. Because Pastor Darby proved it. He proved it before he died. A whole 8 years before he died, he dug it up. He went to Africa. He went to Africa. He went to Africa and did his research and found the truth. So that all you lying persons who run around painting lies can be proven to be bald faced liars. Because God meant for that. God meant for Pastor Darby to deliver that information before he died. God made sure that Pastor Darby dug up that information and made a video and told the whole world. Because God knew that there was going to be all you lying folks from Africa and Jamaica and Haiti and the Bahamas and Freeman and ADOS and FBA and African American and Black Americans who were going to try to lie and say that Negro was not a true bloodline. So God had already made sure that Pastor Darby showed proof, undisputed proof that Negro is a true bloodline, that Negro is God's chosen people. Not any of you folks running around calling yourself Black American. God did not put any human beings on this earth from a bloodline called Black American. God did not do that. And y'all know that. Y'all know that as sure as the nose on your face that God did not birth one single person into this world a Black American. So it's very disrespectful and ungrateful that you mortal human beings think you God, that you think you God, and God had already determined your bloodline before you took your first breath. Before you took your first breath, God had already picked out the Pacific bloodline that you were going to be born into. And I don't have a right to change that. I do not have a right to change that. And I will not go against God and change it. Y'all can take y'all chances. If you brain dead human beings want to take y'all chance on changing the bloodline that God birthed you into and go by a classification that America came up with, that Jesse Jackson came up with, that these brain dead Freeman came up with, that these brain dead Yvette Cornell, that these brain dead Tariq Nasheed came up with. If you want to stand before God on Judgment Day and answer that, go right ahead. Go right ahead. I can just guess how that's going to turn out. I can just guess. I can just guess how that's going to turn out when that day comes. When you have to stand before God and explain to God that it was more important for you to be Black American than the Pacific bloodline that He birthed you into. I can just imagine how that's going to turn out. I can just imagine how that's going to turn out. I don't think God is going to be too happy. I don't think God is going to be too happy because God decided before I took my first breath, before you took your first breath, what Pacific bloodline you were going to be born into. And it wasn't spelled Black American, and it wasn't spelled African American, and it wasn't spelled Freeman, and it wasn't spelled ADOS, and it wasn't spelled FBA. So you folks are going to have an answer for God because God is waiting on you. I hope you have figured out an answer by the time that happens. I pray to God, I pray to God that each one of you have figured out an answer that you're going to tell God. Because God knows which bloodline he birthed you into. What y'all going to say? What are y'all going to say? Y'all going to have to answer for it. That's what you get for being ungrateful. That's what you get for lying. God is going to make sure you get your just due. You can run around here and convince yourself that you're getting away with lies, but God always remind you, he waiting on you. He waiting on you. He waiting on you. So you're not getting away with it. So don't even bother. Why bother to a lie? That's what my mother explained to me. I mean, I didn't. I wasn't born into the world a perfect person. Anytime I think about telling a little white lie, I just have to remind myself I can't get away with it. My mother said, Aquilin, it don't pay to lie, 'cause God know the truth. She told me that, and I couldn't forget it. She said, as you go through life, it don't pay to lie, 'cause you can't get away with it, 'cause God know the truth. So anytime, every time I want to think about telling a little white lie, I just have to remind myself of that. 'Cause I'm not perfect. I certainly am far from being perfect, but I can certainly tell you that was a that was a firm motivation for me. It was. I remember it like it was yesterday. That I did not want. I did not want to face God. I'm gonna tell you, I just knew that. I can't much explain it more than that. That my mother really did put that fear in my heart when she told me that God knew the truth, and no matter what I did or what I said, God knew it. And so I guess I have to kind of thank my mother for putting that fear in me to fear God, because God would always know when I'm telling the truth or when I'm telling a lie. So that's what kept me straight and narrow. I must tell you, I must tell you, folks, is that's what helped keep me straight and narrow. Cause anytime, anytime that little devil tried to convince me to lie, all I had to do was press that recording of my mother telling me that God know every time you lie. God know every time you lie. And I said, Aquan, you can't do it. In my conscience wouldn't let me do it. Now I am guilty of doing quite a bit of things. I can say that with a straight face. Aquilin, you are guilty of doing quite a bit of things that you shouldn't have done. But lying is not one of them. but but lying is not one of them. Yes, Lord. I was quite man crazy when I was growing up. I confess up to that one. I think I confess up. I confess up to that one. I was quite man crazy when I was growing up, and I had to bring it under control. Uh, I think my military career helped me get that in line, because you don't have time for all those different relationships in the military, because you're moving around so much. One year you're one place, you stay there for 1 year, they send you someplace else, then you go another place, you stay there for 2 years, and they send you someplace else, and before you know it, you got to pick up and go someplace else. And they may let you stay there for 3 years, or they may let you stay there for 6 months. So they put a damper on relationships. The military is quite effective in putting a damper on relationship. So I'm gonna go back to my little notepad and finish these last couple paragraphs so I can jump off of here. The next the next heading is freeman status and tribal membership. Freeman status is not equivalent to tribal citizenship. While some freemen may have achieved tribal membership, the term itself is distinct from a legal or official status recognized by the U.S. government. So, sway me, you need to get in touch with the Indian folks and stop lying on them about freemen being the status for Negroes. You need to stop running around here opening Twitter spaces and lying to people because this little search took me less than 5 minutes to find this information. Less than 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. So, Freeman is not a recognized status. It don't exist. Now, when you're speaking about the five civilized tribes, that's a whole nother story. But when you're talking about those Negroes who were emancipated, the 4 million, they not including freemen. See how that worked? You see how they recorded that history? They kept it separate. They kept it separate and they recorded it separate. They kept it separate and they recorded it separate. Denmark, DJ Big A, Organizer, Buffalo, Hilda, Shut Up and Dribble, C Jack, Naheem, Ali, all you lying human beings, your lie was proven a lie, and it only took less than 5 minutes. It only took less than 5 minutes. That's how low down and sorry you individuals are. If you're gonna tell a lie, at least make it so that the person who's gonna look it up is gonna have to work hard to find the truth. At least make it something that a person is gonna have to work very hard to find the truth. But this little information took less than 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. So moving right along to my next paragraph. Freeman in the legal context. Freeman in the Freeman in the legal context. The term freeman is also used to refer to formerly slave freed during the Civil War era and Reconstruction period. However, outside of the tribal context, it is used in legal cases generally referring to that historical period rather than the current legal status. So, you lying human beings, America passed legislation called the Freedmen Bureau. That's not the same thing as the status that the five civilized tribes are recognized for. That all of these brain dead freemen who are running around on Twitter telling you a lie and conflating it, but the facts are recorded. So they can continue to lie, but America has the facts and the truth locked behind an archive. So I don't even know what the purpose is. I really don't know what the purpose is. I don't know what the purpose is because America has the truth locked behind an archive. Don't y'all know that already? Don't you know that already? Of course you know it, but you don't care about lying. Of course you know America has all of this information locked behind an archive. This is nothing new. This is not a secret. This is not nothing new. This is not a secret. Arthur Watkins, C. Jack, Naheem, all you persons who have been running around for the past 2 years lying about this word called Freeman. Why y'all doing that? Why are y'all thinking y'all can get away with that? It takes 5 minutes to look this information up. A little old 5 minutes. It's pitiful. It's downright pitiful. It's just downright pitiful. I'm going to read the next paragraph. The freemen in the 13th Amendment. The 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, ratified in 1865, outlawed slavery throughout the country. While this did not automatically grant citizenship to freemen, it did free them from legal status of chattel slavery. So, when it's documented that the government had to go to the American Indian tribes and Native American tribes and tell them and tell them and tell them to let their slaves free. That's what they're talking about. Okay, okay, okay. All your bald-faced lies have been exposed. I'm gonna make a video about all of this information. I am going to make a video and I am going to put it on blast. I am going to put it on blast. I am going to add it to all of my 60 groups on minds.com. I'm going to add it to my profile on Fanbase. I am going to add it to YouTube. I am going to add it to Facebook. I am going to add it to Twitter. I am going to add it to LinkedIn. I am going to add it to Instagram and anywhere else I can think of. Because you folks really think you are getting away with running around here painting a lying narrative that Freeman is a real thing. That Freeman is a real thing. No, Freeman is a real thing for those persons recognized by the five civilized tribes. Let's all say it together. Freeman is a real thing if you belong or if you are trying to get recognized by the five civilized tribes, but it has nothing to do with the Negro ancestors' history on this landmass. They are two separate, two separate histories. Separate, separate, separate. And I've been telling you folks for well over a year and a half that you've been lying. I've been broadcasting. I've been making broadcast after broadcast after broadcast. I've been pointing out to you that you were lying. I suggested that you contact Dr. Claude Anderson and compare your information with his information so that y'all could get on the same page. Since you both were saying Freeman. Since you are saying Freeman out your mouth and Dr. Claude Anderson is saying Freeman, don't it make common sense that you folks need to get together? Don't it make sense that you folks are saying the same thing out of your mouth? And that has nothing to do with Negro ancestors. It has nothing to do with Negro ancestors. It has nothing to do with Special Field Order 15. It has nothing to do with uh, the Civil Rights Act of 1866. It has nothing to do with it. And now it turns out that Negro was mentioned in the Declaration of Independence around, what was that year? It's not coming back to me. Let me try to remember. It was before 1800. Before 1800, and they took it out. But initially, Negro was mentioned in the Declaration of Independence, but freeman was not. Black American was not. African American was not. ADOS was not. FBA was not. But Negro was. You folks think y'all gonna replace Negro with one of these made up acronyms or made up words that you like? Oh, God is not gonna let that happen. God is gonna see that you burn in hell before that happens. I'm here to deliver that message to all of you because God put it in me to get on my broadcast and deliver that message to all of you loud and clear. That if you think for 1 minute, if you think for 1 minute, if you think for 1 second, if you think for 1 minute, if you think for 1 second that God is going to let Black American, the word Black American, replace Negro, God have a seat waiting on you in hell. If you think African American for 1 second, for 1 minute, is ever going to replace Negro, God have a seat waiting on you in hell. If you think for 1 second or 1 minute that Freeman is ever going to replace Negro, God told me to inform you that God have a seat in hell waiting on you. If you think for 1 second or 1 minute that ADOS is going to replace Negro, God have a seat waiting on you in hell. If you think for 1 second or 1 minute or 1 second or 1 minute that FBA is going to replace Negro, God wants you to know God got a seat in hell waiting on you. Thank you, Lord. 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 So that's where we at. So I'm going to read this paragraph. Okay. Freeman and the 13th Amendment. The 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, ratified in 1865, outlawed slavery. Outlawed slavery throughout the country. While this did not automatically grant citizenship to freemen, it did free them from the legal status of chattel slavery. Okay, there you have it. There you have it. So y'all can unpack that and y'all can dissect those words and slice it and dice it however you please. But who did you boycott, slice and dice it as that? Those individuals who were caught up in the middle with the Indian tribes, they were going by a status called freemen. But once President Lincoln had wrote the emancipation for the Negro slaves, they got included into that emancipation. But they were not on slave plantation. They were mixed in with the five civilized tribes. They just got included in the emancipation and they were released from the five civilized tribes to go live their life. They were told, the government told the Indians to let them go. The government had to go to the five civilized tribes because I read that in Dr. Claude Anderson's letter. So I'm not talking off the top of my head. I read it with my own two eyes in the letter that Dr. Claude Anderson sent to Barack Obama in 2012. So, once again, the proof is right there. that somehow or another, persons who got intermixed with the five civilized tribes, whether they escaped from a slave plantation or they were free persons running around as free persons, and then they decided to make their way to one of those five civilized tribes for their own freedom, for their own reasons. I don't know. I have no clue. But I do know one thing, that who did you boycott today only has 1% indigenous blood. How did that happen? With all that mixing that was going on back there during slavery, with all that mixing that was going on during slavery, how did who did you boycott today only end up with 1% indigenous? It's, isn't that something? And end up with 92% pure Negro blooded. 92% pure Negro blood. I know that was a blessing from God. I know it was a blessing from God. I know without a shadow of a doubt. Because normally, most persons, when they get their DNA test back, they got about 10% or 20%. How did I get left out? How and why did who did you boycott get left out? I just got left out by God's will. It was God's will that I did not get included. So I know without a doubt, I don't come from the same bloodline of those freedmen. We don't have the same blood flowing through our body. See, God knew. God knew this day was going to come when we're going to have lying people who was going to run around and try to conflate things and try to conflate everything together. But God said the blood would tell the test. God said the blood will tell the truth. And look at there. Look at there. Look at there. How that blood is telling the truth in the 21st century. With all that breeding that was going on the plantations and every which way, and folks running away to the Indian tribe, who did you boycott bloodline is not mixed up like that? Why? Why? Why you think that? That's a serious question. How did my little blood end up with 92% pure blooded Negro and only 1% indigenous? With all that breathing that folks keep talking about, oh, they had breathing farms, they had breathing farms, they had breathing farms, folks got 10 and 20% indigenous blood. Well, look like y'all been running around lying. Blood don't lie. Human beings lie. But the blood that's flowing through your body don't lie. Human beings lie, but the blood always tell the truth. The blood always tell the truth. And God knew that. God knew that when he birthed each human being into the world, that they blood told, excuse me, God knew that each human being that he birthed into the world, that the blood flowing through their body would tell their real true story. That he knew that human beings would lie. God knew that human beings would make up lies. They would make up lies. They would make up lies. And God said, no, they won't get away with it because the blood would tell the truth. And it's just like I said, for months now, the greatest gift is the blood that flows through your body. The greatest power is your blood, not your skin color, not your skin color, not your skin color. And I was right. Because God put that inside of me. I didn't pull it out the sky. I just woke up one day and God had put it in me to say it. And I started saying it. And it came out of nowhere. I tell you not. I tell you not. I've been trying to tell you, brain dead human beings, that the greatest gift was the blood flowing through your body, and that was the greatest power. That God told me to deliver that message to all of us. God said, go out there and shout to the top of your lungs. Go out there and shout and shout and shout. And I've been shouting it since God put it in me. But y'all just been determined to be black. Y'all just been determined to be black. Y'all just been determined to be niggers. Y'all are been determined to be black. Y'all are been determined to be niggers. So you're going to be niggers. And you're going to be black. And you're going to continue to be mistreated. And you're going to continue to be genocide. And you're going to continue to be locked up. And you're going to continue to be mistreated. And you're going to continue to be genocide. Because you don't want to honor the blood that God put in your body. And so you want to tell God that you don't want to respect the bloodline that He birthed you into. Well, God can show you and reward you for being ungrateful. God know how to do that. God know how to do that. Since you want to be black so bad, you want to be a nigger so bad, God gonna let you be that. God is not gonna get in the way. God gonna continue to let you say out of your mouth, you black American. Go right ahead, because God know He did not put one single human being on this earth a black American. Never happened. Never happened. It never happened, and it's never going to happen. And God certainly did not birth not one human being onto this earth a nigger. And y'all care about nigger more than the blood flowing through your body. So God is going to show you your just reward. God is going to deliver your just reward every day that you wake up and call yourself black American and nigger. Y'all going to get enough of that black American, that black and that nigger. Y'all going to get enough of that word. Because y'all don't believe Dookie stinks. So God has to show it to you folks. Because can't nobody, can't nobody make you stop saying it for the sake of their life. So God is just going to show you. Keep right on running around calling each other nigger. And God got something waiting on you. Go right ahead. Knock yourselves out. Knock yourselves out. Because God, the God that I serve, I clearly know that God did not birth not one single human being into this world a nigger. And y'all know that. Y'all know that as clear as the nose on your face. Because you don't call your mother nigger, and you don't call your father nigger, and you don't call your wife nigger, and you don't call your husband nigger, so you know it's wrong. So if you got enough brain cells not to call your mother a nigger, and you got enough brain cells not to call your father a nigger, and you got enough brain cells not to call your wife a nigger, and you got enough brain cells not to call your husband a nigger, and you got enough brain cells not to call your children a nigger, what makes it okay when you get on Twitter? Why does it suddenly become okay when you're walking around with each other? It don't change. Each one of you are mentally ill. Each one of you are mentally ill, and you need to go check into a mental hospital as soon as possible. As soon as possible, somebody needs to drive you to the mental hospital. Because human beings don't wake up and shout to the world, look at me, I'm a nigger. Look over here, look over here, look over here, I'm a nigger. Nobody does that. No one does that. No one does. No one does that if they're not mentally, if they are stable. No one does. No one in their right mind does that. No one wake up day after day and get on a public app and shout to the world, look over here, I'm on Twitter, I'm a nigger, don't miss me. Don't you see me? Don't you see me over here? I'm a nigger. I'm on Facebook. Oh, look over here, I'm on Facebook. Okay, don't you see me? I'm a nigger. Oh no, look over here, I'm on Clubhouse. Clubhouse, look this way, look this direction. Look, look, look. I'm over here. I'm a nigger. Oh, wait a minute. I'm on TikTok. TikTok, TikTok, alert, world. Look over here. Look over here, please. I am on TikTok. I want all of you to know I'm a nigger. Don't forget it. I'm a nigger. And I'm such a proud nigger. I run around and call other persons nigger. But I don't call my mother and father that. I don't call my husband and wife that. I don't call my children that. But I call all these other persons that. So you know it's wrong, but you do it. But you do it. And you're paying a price. All of you are paying a price. I have never paid a price for the word nigger. I can honestly say that. Aquilin, in her 63 years of being on this earth, I have never paid a price for nigger because I've never called anybody nigger. My mother didn't allow that word to be said in my household, and I thank her for that. I really do thank her for it. I wouldn't have lived to talk to you folks if I would have even have thought it. I never I can't even remember even thinking about it. To be frankly honest with you, I can't even remember it ever coming in my thoughts. But I know that nobody in my 63 years of being on this earth have ever walked up to me and called me nigger. I think it's because of what my mother told me. Some people just know how to read people, and I have discovered that persons who meet me can read me pretty good. They can say they know right away. Don't say the wrong thing. I don't know. It's like they got ESP. It's like they got ESP. I have always noticed that. No matter where I go, or what I did in my life from the fourth grade to the fifth grade to the sixth grade to the seventh grade to the eighth grade to the ninth grade to the 10th grade to the 11th grade to the 12th grade. I always knew that. I felt that anytime someone came around me. They were very, very careful about what they said out of their mouth because they knew it was going to come with repercussions. I want one of those persons who talked a lot of smack. No, I didn't. In my environment, we didn't talk smack. We didn't talk smack. If you had a reputation for talking all tough and everything, you got put in your place real quick. That didn't fly too good. That didn't fly too good. If you were one of those person that ran around and bragged about one that you was all big and tough, oh, you got put in your place real quick. No, in the environment that we grew up in, we just kind of read each other. We didn't intrude on other person's space unless we wanted to have a fight. You kept to your boundaries. You didn't step on other person's toes. You didn't intrude on other conversations. We all kind of knew that unspoken thing. Don't intrude on other persons whatever they are doing. Just stay in your place. Stay in your place and go about your life. From time to time, if you have to get into a fight, it's gonna be the last result. It's gonna be the last result. So that's what my mother explained to me. It's all about how you carry yourself. It's all about how you carry yourself and you garner that respect. And folks, they're gonna be very careful about what they say around you. I can remember so many times in the military when folks wanted to talk about things, they made sure they were far away from me. I could see them from a distance, but they didn't get too close to me. After my reputation got around, They made sure that if they wanted to talk about anything to do with race, oh, they made sure they were a good ways away from me, out of ear distance. They did show me that much respect. I must admit it. I I did take note to that. They took the time to make sure they were far enough away from me so I couldn't hear the conversation. And I appreciated that. I really did. Because I was more than likely going to have a lot to say if they let me hear what was coming out of their mouth. So they did the right thing. They did the right thing to make sure they was as far away from me as they could get. Because otherwise, it wasn't going to be a pleasant day. It was not going to be a pleasant day. And in the military, you don't have a whole lot of time for that. Because constantly, you constantly under the pressure to do the work. I mean, you constantly you're constantly under pressure to do the work. So you don't really get a lot of you get some downtime, but most of the time you got a deadline. You got a deadline to do whatever you're doing. So you, they don't they don't excuse me, they didn't tolerate too much foolishness. Now, from time to time, folks just they had to take care of their business, but you had to keep it to a minimum. I mean, because that was just not the place. You gonna have to plan another place to meet up, but you won't gonna be taking care of that on military time. You gonna have to take care of that when you took that uniform off, and pray to God that you had time to get it done. But that's about what I wanted to read. I wanted to read a couple of these Freeman paragraphs that I had looked up so that folks could stop running around here lying. I'm going to put this link in the comment section. That's additional. This take you to this link will take you to the United States Senate website. United States Senate website, like I've been talking about for more than a year, and it's still there. It's still in the same place. I thought it had disappeared. But I found it today. I couldn't find it for a good while, but I was able to find it today. And I'm going to make sure I don't lose it this time. I'm going to make sure that I don't lose it again. I am going to post it in all of my 60 network groups on minds.com. I have already set up over 60 groups. It's probably about 60, about 70 or 75 groups that I have set up over there. And this information about Freeman is going in there and each one of them. Because I believe that folks need to know the truth. I believe it with all of my heart and soul that human beings deserve the truth. No matter how painful it may be or how much good news it is. They deserve to know the truth. And Sway Me and Denmark and DJ Big A and Mark King Carter and Buffalo and Hilda and C Jack and Arthur Watkins and all those freemen, they've been having a good old party running around here lying. They've been having a good old party running around Twitter and California and all these other places lying about, oh, Freeman is a status. So I went to Google and asked a direct question: was Freeman ever a status in the United States? And it said no, 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 capital no, capital no. So y'all can continue to believe these lies and be misled if you want, but it's only going to hurt you because the information took me less than 5 minutes to look it up today. Less than 5 minutes to look it up. So America clearly knows it like the back of their hand. If it took me less than 5 minutes, then you know good and darn well that America know the truth. So I don't know why y'all think these sorry human beings are ever going to see one red penny of reparations, one red nickel of reparations, one red dime of reparations, one red quarter, because they're not. God don't reward ungratefulness. God don't reward lying human beings. God don't reward human beings that run around and lie and try to steal the Negro ancestors' history and put it up under their term. God is not going to let that happen. So you folks have done a banged up job of making sure that you never, 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 never see one red penny of reparation. Y'all have done a thorough job of that. Y'all have done a thorough job. Y'all deserve a Oscar. Each one of you deserve a Oscar. So someone needs to contact the Oscar department and demand that your Oscar get mailed out because you have earned it. Because you will not ever see one red penny under the word Black American. You are never going to see one red penny of reparations under the word African American. You are not going to ever see one red penny of reparations under a word called freedmen. You are not going to ever see one red penny of reparations under a word called ADOS. You are never going to see one red penny of reparations under FBA because it was Negroes put up for sale. It was simply Negroes put up for sale for 246 years. Are y'all connecting the dots yet? Are y'all connecting the dots? Those Negroes were harmed. Not somebody calling themselves Black American, not someone calling themselves African American, not someone calling themselves freemen, not some unless they were attached to the five civilized tribes, not someone calling themselves ADOS, not someone calling themselves LPA. No, those individuals were called Negroes, and they are owed repair. They are owed restitution. They are owed Special Field Order 15. See how that work? See how that work? And that's how God have it recorded. That's how God have it recorded. And not one of us are going to change that. So y'all go be Black American. Y'all go be Black American. Because that means more to you than anything else. Go be African American. Go right ahead. Be Freeman. Go right ahead and be ADOS. Go right ahead and be FBA. You will never see one red penny of reparations. And Donald Trump is erasing the Negro history as we speak. Yes, Lord, Donald Trump is erasing that whole Negro slavery history on America's landmass. Donald Trump is busy making sure that he can erase as much of that history as humanly possible. But y'all little out of brain human beings are still running around here pretending like he's not erasing it. Y'all really think y'all can get away with that? Y'all do know folks have the internet. Y'all do know that folks have a phone. You do know folks have a computer. You do realize folks have a phone that they can look up information and they see the same thing that I see. Donald Trump is erasing that 246 years of Negro slavery to wash the blood off of their hands and the evil image that they are known for. Oh, they don't want their grandkids and great grandkids to learn about that. So it's got to disappear. It's just simply got to disappear. And you folks have helped sabotage the Negro ancestors justice claim. Y'all did a banged up job. Y'all deserve to pat yourself on the back. You deserve to pat yourself on the back because you did a banged up job for the past 40 years of sabotage. And now Donald Trump is taking over. Y'all can go on vacation. Y'all can go on vacation. You don't done 40 years of sabotage. All of you have done 40 years of sabotage, and Donald Trump is in charge now. Donald Trump is going to the graveyard and erasing persons' names off of their headstone. Donald Trump is going to the what's that Smithsonian Museum. Donald Trump is going to put up as many landmark historical sites on a list that possibly will get put up for sale. Donald Trump is telling you and me and you and me and you and me that he don't want anyone to grow up hating America. Well, how do you expect for folks to grow up in America and learn about Negro slavery and not feel away? How do you expect that to happen? How do you expect that to happen? Well, the only way that can happen is that Negro slavery get erased, and the Germans and the Irish and the Asians and the Latinos and the Mexicans get inserted. And that is what they're working on. That's exactly what they're working on. So y'all can stop running around here lying to people that they got any kind of hope for reparations. When you and I are witnessing Donald Trump trying to erase it as fast as we speak. Erase it. He's erasing that history all the way up to 1965. So it's not a secret. Why y'all pretending like it's a secret? Because it's not a secret. The whole world can see it. So why y'all pretending like y'all don't see it? Why Mark Carter? Why Mark Carter? Why Sway Me? Why y'all pretending like y'all don't see it? Denmark, why are y'all trying to pretend like y'all don't see it? Because y'all see it. Because I'm not crazy. And I get messages in my DM almost every day of something, another executive order that Donald Trump done signed. So if folks are sending me messages in my back channel, y'all persons are hearing about some of this. If you're not hearing about all of it, you are certainly hearing about some of it. So why you trying to pretend to have amnesia that you don't see what he's doing? All because you voted for him. That's what it is. Okay, you're trying to save face. You don't want to swallow that L. Well, you're gonna. Those of you who voted for Trump are going to swallow a L. And those of you who champion Kamala Harris, you're gonna feel a lot of pain. Heartbreaker D, Sandy B, Nikki Barnes, all you brain dead, die-hard Democrats, your pain has just begun. Oh, God got it. God has just started with you because you have caused God's people to suffer since they got the right to vote. Oh, God ain't even begun for you folks to cry. Y'all crying over DEI. Y'all crying over all those jobs that y'all lost. Oh, God is just getting started on you folks. Heartbreaker D, Sandy B, Nikki Barnes, Fahima, uh, all you die-hard folks who gather in that Heartbreaker D Twitter space, y'all are pitiful. Y'all are beyond pitiful. I mean, if you want to try to rebound, why not spend this time going back and researching the voting record of all of these politicians and find out where did the money go? Why didn't the money do what it was supposed to do? Why didn't the legislation that got passed do what it was supposed to do? Why didn't the policy do what it was supposed to do? Go track it. Then come back to the people and show them proof that you did the research. But just sitting on Twitter and rattling off, oh, The Democrats cared about the Democrats cared about health care. The Democrats cared about government programs. The Democrats cared about education. The Democrats cared about the HBCU. The Democrats cared about prescription drugs. That's not going to fly anymore. One thing human beings know, if they don't know anything else while they on this earth, one thing human beings know is their day-to-day life experience. They know whether they can keep the lights on. They know whether they can keep their lights on. They know whether they can put food on their table. They know whether they can go to the hospital. They know whether or not they can get a job. They know whether they can keep a roof over their head. So rattling off all, naming off all of those so-called programs, government assistance programs that the Democrats championed, it did not impact those that needed it most, did it? Because if it had, they would have been running to go vote. If they had felt the impact, they would have ran to go vote. You wouldn't have had to ask them. They would have ran. They would have ran right past you if they felt it. If they could see the positive impact of being able to put food on their table and keep their lights on and keep their roof over their head and clothes on their back, oh, you wouldn't have had to ask them to go vote. They would have went and voted. But that's not happening. So the house of cards has been crumbling since somewhere around 1980. Somewhere around 1980 is about when the oligarchy took over. That's when the oligarchy took over in 1981. Ain't no guesswork. It's not no guesswork. But you diehard Democrats are still running around here lying and denying, lying and denying, lying and denying. And so folks gonna stay home again. Those that don't die. Those that don't die between now and midterm election, they're gonna stay home. But those elders, that elder voting bloc that the Democrats have relied on for 60 years, oh, they getting ready to start dying off. They getting ready to start dying off. They getting ready to start dying off. So you Democrats are getting ready to lose your most dependable voting bloc, the elders. Add up the dates. Add up. It's been 60 years. They getting ready to start dying off. So your most dependable voting bloc is going to be dying off every single day. So either get your head out the sand and start rolling up your sleeves and doing that research on that voting record of each one of those persons, or you're going to continue to take a fat zero. Because the Republicans, they sitting pretty. They sitting pretty because brown and dark brown skin population don't exist in 25 states out of 50. They sitting kind of pretty. They sitting kind of pretty because us persons with brown and dark brown skin, we don't have a population in 25 states out of 50. We are already behind the eight ball before we wake up in the morning, before we go to sleep at night, and before we wake up in the morning, and before we go to sleep at night, we are 25 states behind right out of the gate. So the Republicans and the megas and the white nationals, they sitting kind of pretty. All they need to do is go out there and do that ground game and bring out all of those racist human beings, those racist human beings who are willing to pay a subpar a subpar human being hundreds of thousands of dollars for just saying niggers. So you know they were willing to pay big money For somebody just saying nigger, oh, you know they're gonna come out to vote. Y'all people can't be that dumb and slow. Y'all cannot be that dumb and slow. It's just not human possible. It's just not human possible. Y'all can keep on running around here lying to each other until y'all pass out. Because this information is not a secret. It's over there on Google. All of this information that's coming out of my mouth is right over there on Google. So y'all can keep on pretending that you're gonna turn Chicago red, that you're gonna take over the Democratic Party, you're gonna turn Chicago red, and you're gonna take over the Democratic Party. If you don't know your number count, you're not gonna be doing nothing. You're gonna be looking like a fool when midterm election rolled around. The same way you've been for the past couple decades. So if y'all don't figure out how to combine that number count, if y'all don't figure out how to combine a number count and and know what that ballpark number count is and educate folks how to vote as a voting block and not walk into the voting booth and vote as an individual, y'all gonna continue to lose. It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. Y'all all want that accolade. Oh, I'm gonna run my candidate. Let's just run our candidate. Let's just run our candidate. Instead of telling folks, try to relocate to one of those 8 or 10 states that we got the largest population. Instead of running around and opening Twitter spaces day after day and talk about that, it's all about individualism. It's all about individualism. It's all about that. And when you operate from that perspective, you're going to end up with a fat zero. You're going to end up with a fat zero every time. Every single time, you are going to end up with a fat zero. So, you folks care more about being a nigger than getting organized and knowing your number count. Y'all love being a nigger, but you don't know your number count. But you'll shout to the whole world, I'm a proud nigger. I'm a proud nigger. Heartbreaker D, La Farmer, uh, Choke, all you women that say nigger. So who did you boycott has decided that she's going to remove herself from rooms of persons that say nigger. I don't have to subject myself to it. I don't have to volunteer to click on a room that individuals will come in there and call each other nigger. I don't have to put myself through that. My mother raised me to hold myself to a high standard and principles, and I will not dishonor my mother for nobody. I won't let that happen. So I have tolerated it as long as I could. I done good. I done good. I lasted for 3 years. I lasted for 3 years. I did pretty darn good. And I have to ask my mother for forgiveness by dishonoring the standard that she set for me and the principles. I apologize. I apologize, Mom, for doing that. That was lack of judgment on my part, and I have to take accountability for it. So I honestly apologize to you, Mom, and I'm going to do better going forward. I promise I'm going to do better, and I'm going to hold my feet to the fire and do better because you folks cannot be claiming that you're fighting a battle and that you want liberation and run around and call yourself a nigger at the same time. They don't go together. Okay, you're gonna have to decide on which one you want. Do you want liberation, and are you fighting against racism and discrimination, or do you want to be a nigger? You're gonna have to pick, cause they don't go together. See how that works? They don't go together. You cannot claim that you're fighting for liberation while at the same time running around calling yourself a nigger. You cannot be claiming to be in a battle with your enemy and your oppressor while running around telling them, I'm a proud nigger. They don't go together. They just simply don't go together. So that's what I wanted to come on here and say and address Mark King Carter, since he made such a point to keep on saying nigger the other day in his Twitter space. I thought I would respond. I would give him the response that he wanted. See, I know he went out his way to get my attention. So I just could not let him down. I just could not let him down. He went to too much trouble to get my attention. So I just said I'm gonna go ahead on and do a broadcast and respond to him. So y'all let Mark King Carter know. Let Mark King Carter know that I got the message loud and clear the other day in his Twitter space. I was listening anonymous. I was listening anonymous, and I heard it loud and clear. Don't say nigger to try to get back at me, cause y'all not hurting me. Who did you boycott? 63 years old. Ain't never called her a nigger. Ain't never. Not one day. Not one day have anyone called me a nigger. And if I do encounter somebody who say the word nigger, I'm just gonna turn and show them my back and reject them. I love dishing out rejection. Y'all folks should try that out. Y'all should try that out when they invite you into their Twitter spaces. Y'all should respond to them with a rejection. Say, hell no, I have rejection for you. And if y'all start practicing that, these pink people and pale people are going to change their tune. They just may stop genociding us one by one. If y'all start dishing out rejection, I don't know what y'all waiting on. I don't know what y'all waiting on. Y'all just want to be chummy, kumbala with them. You want to have conversations. You want to have productive conversations. Y'all just want to talk to each other. Go right ahead. My life has been quite fine without them. It's been quite fine. So maybe y'all need to practice rejection. If somebody calls you a nigger on Twitter, just hit the leave button and see don't they change their tune the next time they encounter you. Don't respond. Don't say one word. As soon as it come out of someone's mouth in that Twitter space, take that little index finger and press leave. And once they start getting that rejection of you not coming into their Twitter space, oh, they're gonna make that self correction if they care to do it, or they won't. They'll either make the correction or they won't. It's not complicated. You don't have to sit there and take someone saying nigger. And when you are in your face to face life, and you don't have to do it either. If you are out in public, as soon as they lip starts to form the word, turn your back and walk away. I guarantee you, all those other people who see that are going to take note of it. They're going to feel the rejection too. And you won't even be talking to each individual one of them. Just try it out. I tried it out in the military and it worked fine. It worked perfectly fine for me. And it still worked perfectly fine for me now at this age. It hasn't. I haven't stopped using it. So I don't know what y'all folks are waiting on. I don't know. I really don't know. But y'all figure that out for yourself. Figure it out for yourself. But I don't know why y'all gonna sit up here and try to get upset about other folks saying the word nigger when you call each other nigger. It's pitiful. Y'all think y'all gonna control billions with a B, billions with a B, billions with a B of folks that you're gonna tell they cannot say nigger? Y'all can't be that delusional. No, the best medicine is to give them rejection and keep it moving. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Put one foot in front of the other and keep it moving. I guarantee you they'll feel that rejection a lot better than you getting upset. They're going to feel that a lot longer. I got to get off of here. I got to get off of here. Uh, yes, Lord. I'm going to keep on putting it on blast. I am going to keep on putting my titles on blast. Y'all folks can keep on running around here and trying to keep on saying nigger to get back at me. You not hurting me. I just want y'all to know y'all not hurting me. Y'all not hurting who did you boycott? Y'all not hurting me. Y'all hurting yourself and your children. And whatever image that your mother and father tried to raise you to represent them. I don't know. That's not none of my business. That's not none of my business. I'm just gonna honor my mother. When I walk out the door, every day I walk out the door, I represent her. May she rest in peace. I still represent her, even with her done passed from this world. I still represent her, and I ain't about to get crucified. I don't care about the rest of you folks. Aquilin is not walking out that door and disrespecting her mother. I not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen because I enjoy living. I just know I know my mother is looking down on me and she will certainly crucify me if I walk out that door and dishonor her. Oh no, I can't do it. I can't do it. I just cannot do it. So I'm gonna do the right thing. I'm gonna keep my head on straight and and these folks are gonna get rejected. I'm gonna give them a dose of rejection and keep it moving. Y'all should try it out. Take care, folks. Thank you for popping in. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly for taking time out your evening. I trust that you are safe and out of harm's way. And I hope and trust that you can put as much protection and safety around you and your loved ones. Stay alert and stay alert at all times and look out for one another. I trust that the Heavenly Father will make sure that each one of us live out our days the way it's meant to be. Thank you again and keep safe and out of harm's way. That's it, folks. Have a good one.